Hi guys, I hope you can hear me. Welcome to the stream. And first of all, let me know if the music is either too loud or just annoying in the first place. Yeah, I thought it would be great to have something going on in the background. So yeah, I'm back with another fairly spontaneous stream. I thought it would be a fun idea to do like a tutorial style-ish kind of game dev stream where we just create a completely new game from scratch using pre-made assets, because I don't want to bother myself with creating assets for this stream. I'm just not very good at creating pixel art and stuff like that. I mean, I can get myself to do it, but it just takes a lot of time and I don't have that kind of time. So yeah, I thought we could just use some pre-made assets and create a game completely from scratch. And let me just make this clear. This is like some sort of community project. So if you have any suggestions or ideas, let me know. And we can maybe incorporate them into the game. It's just going to be very, very simple. I've purchased this asset pack. Let me just show you here. There we go. Just a second, let me adjust my... Let me just remove the title card here and the text. There. So, I'm using this asset pack that I purchased. I hope you can see it. Let me just switch. I'm still not used to streaming all too well. But I thought we could use this pre-made asset bundle that I purchased and just build a game out of it. It's like a complete sprite bundle with all the stuff you need. It has character packs, it has tile sets, it has items and UI, stuff like that. So it has all you need, and obviously it's going to be very generic. Hello, looking forward to this. Yeah, hi, thanks. Thanks for joining the stream. And hi, Nightbird. Sorry, I missed the comments there for a second. So yeah, my idea was just to create something completely new out of this. Obviously, it's not going to be too new because this is a publicly available asset pack that anybody can buy. So you'll probably find a lot of games on like App Store and stuff, or Google Play Store that already use this pack. But that's not the point. The point is not to create something completely original. The point is just to have some fun and yeah, create a small little game together as a stream community, I guess. So yeah, welcome Trevor, welcome Nightbird. Glad you could join us. And like I said, let me know if the music is too loud. For me, it's slightly too loud, but I have it on my headphones, so that's a different story. So yeah, I guess we can actually dive right in. So yeah, and like I said, it's spontaneous again. Like I planned ahead like maybe 4 hours ago. So I don't have too much preparation going on. So I figured first thing we need to do is actually think about what we want to do here. So let's take a look at... Just close this here. Let's take a look at the sprites that we have. So this is the sprite pack. I think we also have like a logo going on here. For some reason my laptop is struggling right now. I don't know why. Possibly because it's really hot today. Oh, there we go. So we even already have this pre-made logo and pre-made title. Not sure if we're going to use this because that would imply that we also call our game Ninja Adventure, which is very generic. I don't know. But I guess it's going to be a generic game. I don't know. So let's have a look here. I haven't looked through the stuff too much yet. But I think It has everything we need, and I do have another asset pack with, I don't know, 5,000 sound effects. That's something that I use in other projects. It has a large variety of sound effects, so we're not gonna run into problems with not having the right sound effect for every situation, so we're going to be fine. So let me just have a look here. So obviously this is our main hero, and I think we actually have the sprites both in like single sprites per file, and we also have them compiled into sprite sheets, which is actually what we're going to use preferably. Yeah, I don't know why my laptop is having trouble opening these. I think it may have to do with my graphics card, because basically for streaming I use the NVIDIA graphics card, but the desktop applications, they all use the internal graphics card, so I think it's kind of struggling with that. I hope this is not going to be an ongoing problem. But there we go. So yeah, we have this very simple character here. He has an idle animation, he has a walk animation, and I think a run animation, not sure. And this very simple attack animation. It's actually just one, so we're not gonna have like a combo system. But that's fine, we want to keep it really simple. And I think what I want to do is have like a very linear game. So just basically a stage selection screen, where at first obviously you only can select stage 1, then you enter stage 1, complete it, and if you completed it, then you can unlock stage 2. Very, very simple. Not sure exactly how we're going to go about this, but like I said, if you have any ideas or suggestions, just let me know. Yeah, okay. So we can have it both ways. I mean, we can either go directly into the code and just start coding ahead. MonoGame 3.8 hype. Yeah, I heard about that. It was released, I think, yesterday or the day before yesterday. And hello Kai, by the way. I think it was released yesterday. Not sure. I think it was the day before yesterday, but it was fairly recent. But I'm actually not... I guess I am using it because I'm using the NuGet package. I did already prepare some stuff because it's boring to watch. All I did here is I created a new project here, a new C#.NET Core project in Visual Studio, and I used the NuGet packages, the templates from the package manager. So we have two projects going on here. One is what I call the launcher, and the actual core assembly for the game logic and stuff. And the only reason that I'm splitting this is that I can implement all of the core logic here in this assembly, and then basically have a separate application. Well, actually the first one here is not an application, it's just a library. But then I have an application which can be either a MonoGame DirectX application or a MonoGame OpenGL application or whatever, so that I can just swap out the launcher. But they will both actually reference the same classes, the same library. So, well, it says they, yeah, okay, then I'm still using 3.7, but it doesn't really make a difference here. I'm not actually sure. I think they probably haven't updated the NuGet repository or the NuGet packages. I think they only, for now, they only released the new release, yeah, as a downloadable installer. Not sure about that. I haven't checked it out yet, so, but it's not gonna make a difference anyway. So, So like I said, we can basically we have two options here. Either now we plan ahead a little bit and just do some design and planning, or we just dive directly into the code. I would actually prefer the first one, because if we just go directly into the code without planning ahead a little bit, then we're probably just going to have to refactor a lot. Nightbird is asking, will the code of this project be made publicly available? Yes, I plan on doing that. I will publish it, obviously, to GitHub. But I have to be careful about that because I'm using a purchased asset pack, and obviously I cannot include that in the public GitHub repository. That's just not gonna work. So I have to think of a way to make the code available but not share the assets. So I'm probably gonna have to git ignore them or swap them out with some templates or something. I don't know. But the code itself will definitely be publicly available. So, okay. Let's think. We need... Actually, let me open up end class here. And I still have the T-Rex Runner game project open here. So let's create a new one. Let's just call it Ninja. And let's think for a second here. I want this to be a platformer, obviously. I think if we can look at some of the sample shots here. That's what it's gonna look like, basically. So yeah, so we already have some stuff going on that we need to model, basically. So we have a player, obviously, and some enemies. And I guess for the start, the biggest challenge will be the tile maps. I guess we could use something like Tiled. I don't know if you know that application. There's an application called Tiled, which is like a publicly available open source tile map editor. And we could use that, build the levels with it, and then just parse the files, the tile map files in our game logic and parse them into the actual levels. If you know what I'm getting at. So we could do that. Or we could make it even simpler and just, I don't know, store the layout of the tile maps in a JSON file or XML file or something like that. But I guess using tiled makes the most sense. Also, we have to think about how we're going to implement the collision detection, and I think I'm going to go with Box2D. Because that's what I previously used. It's been a while since I used it, so I'm probably going to have to get back into it, but I guess it makes sense to use some sort of physics engine. Or I don't know. I don't know if we may not even need that. I don't know. What do you think? Do we need a physics engine for this, or can we just code the collision detection ourselves and keep it very, very simple? I don't know. I guess I'm going to go with Box2D. Oh, and here in those samples here, it shows an actual leveling system. And I think I want to incorporate that as well. Like have an inventory with different weapons. Obviously, they won't change the appearance of the hero. They will just change the stats. And so will the level. So the level is just for increasing the stats. I think I want to incorporate that. Box2D for the win, yeah. Yeah, Buxity is actually, it's simple to use and it's very powerful, so I guess I'm going to go with that. But like I said, I haven't used it in a while, so it's, yeah, maybe I will need some time to get back into it, but yeah, let's see. Okay, let's get started, I guess. So, we're going to need a player, right? First of all, actually, we're going to need like some sort of entity framework that handles the objects on in our game, and we will do that similarly as I did it in the T-Rex game. And I think we can just start with that, because that's a very obvious thing that we're going to need. So I'm just going to start with that. So what I'm going to do is just create a simple class for adding and removing objects from into the game world, or pull them from the game world, and have like an interface for everything that interacts with the game world. Whoops. Have you ever used NES, N-E-Z? Framework that extends MonoGame has also an entity system, I believe. No, but I have used MonoGame Extended, which also I think already incorporates an entity system and some other useful stuff. But I think we're going to do it ourselves, just for the sake of, well, coding, just for the sake of having some fun, and for the sake of education, I guess. So the game entity design here will basically be very similar to what I did in the T-Rex Runner series. I don't know if you've seen that, but it's going to be very simple. So we're going to have an update method here. And we're going to have a draw method. Let's say a sprite batch. So just a very simple update loop. And we need a property for that basically determines what order to render the sprites in. Or actually, I don't know if that will do. It might be more complicated than that. So my idea here was to basically, so that every object on the in the game world basically has a draw order property that determines well at what order they're drawn, so that I can regulate what items are in front of each other. So, but I'm not sure if that's going to do the trick, or if I have to be a little more sophisticated than that. I guess it's fine. I mean, it's just an interface, right? So how we're going to implement it is a different story. So, but let's also create an update order property, and I think that's it. And now so I will just use this entity manager class to add stuff to the game world and remove it and stuff and keep track of stuff. Oh, why did I use the iList interface? So I'm not sure how much we're going to actually accomplish in this stream. We'll just see. It's kind of an experimental format here, so let's just see. And I'm actually going to... Oh. Well, I'm expecting an AAA release by the end of the stream, so good luck. Okay. Challenge accepted. Not. Oh. Ah. Did I misspell that? Entities to remove. Entities. Huh. Wait, no, AAA would be too bad. We only produce quadruple A releases on the stream. Yeah, right, it's just a confidence issue, actually. This is going to be the greatest hit of the year. Oh, what am I doing? Has entity. So just a simple method for adding entities to the manager, and it checks if the entity was already added, and in that case it just returns false. Well, I guess it depends on how much you contribute to the game. I mean, I guess you can already be credited as a source of inspiration or emotional support. And let me just... Did I misspell that? Is it missing an E? Right. Don't forget the paid DLCs. Well, that's what it's all about, right? Isn't it? I mean, who puts out complete games? That's ridiculous. Come on. Okay, so the important part is going to happen here. Oh. We need to order them by... What did I say? What did I call it? Update order, right? Yeah. You could enable modding after the support has ended. Actually, this might not be a stupid idea to support modding. I mean, I've done it in another game that I haven't finished, but I added a very simple modding system. But that would be against the ways of the AAA industry, right? Right, I mean, that would be in support of people making free new content for the game, right? So, who wants that? But actually, we could make this game moddable. It's absolutely possible and not a big deal. But let's just focus on the basic stuff for now. Obviously. So loop through all of the entities, order them by the update order, and then update them. That's fine. Sorry, I can't really... I mean, I can't read the comments like the entire time. I have to switch back and forth in order to actually get something done, so... Oh. And I'm thinking of maybe implementing an event here that is raised whenever an entity is removed or added to the manager. Wait, why is it not ambiguous? Oh, right. Does. What's it talking about? Actually, Don't you have something like Google Glass to read it while coding? Not yet. Let's say it like that. Not yet. But why is it saying it doesn't implement the interface? It's not true. What happens if I say implement? It's the same thing. Why does it say it's not implementing? Hold on. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Okay. So I forgot the using directive here, so it didn't know what type I was talking about here, so obviously it could not resolve the implementation here. Yeah, so kind of it thought that the function signature was different because the using directive was missing in the interface. And I think that's it for the update. And I'm not sure if we're going to go with just a single sprite batch that is responsible for rendering everything, or if we're going to have to think about using multiple sprite batches that basically have dedicated jobs. Excuse me. Not sure yet. I think probably one will be fine. Okay, I don't know what that music is. I'm using this app called Pretzel that basically it's like a radio app for stream safe music. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Jakub. One for the game world, for everything that's going on in the game world, and one for the UI that probably makes a lot of sense. But I think that the UI will not actually be handled by this entity manager. The entity manager will only be responsible for actual objects that interact with the game world, and the UI doesn't really count as one of those. So I think I'm going to go with a separate sprite batch, yes. But I don't have to worry about that yet here. I mean, at least for the UI. But I think you're right, and I think I'm going to go with that. Oh. I don't know why this keeps happening. Okay, I really hate this song. Let me just skip it. Why am I passing the entity? What's wrong with me? Okay, I think that's fine. Let's just stick to the basics here and only implement what we know we will need. So we now have this interface that what's it doing? Can be used for all sorts of objects. The pressure of making a AAA game is getting to you. I'm actually quite used to the pressure of having deadlines. just from my job, so I think I've kind of built up some sort of. I'm just saying I'm used to it. That's what I'm trying to say here. But yeah, let's not worry about it. So let's take a look at the player. So obviously, so there's a lot going on here. Maybe let's not focus on the maps and the tire maps. Maybe that's a topic for that's a topic that could fill another a whole stream. So maybe let's just focus on implementing the basic player movement. I think that makes the most sense. And not worry about collision yet, not worry about the actual game environment, just the player. So let's see. So we're going to need a player class. Hold on. There. And I don't know if we may need, or it would make sense maybe to have an abstract class that already implements some of the shared behavior between all of the different objects. But I don't even know yet what that shared behavior would be, so I don't know. So we're gonna need a player. And that player can attack. That's what I know for sure. Oh, that's a property. But then maybe let's go with. So can I zoom in here? Yeah. I don't particularly enjoy this song either. There. So the player is obviously going to need a health bar, so it needs a property for storing the health, and one for the max health maybe. But I want to include a leveling system. So that's not going to be like a static value. Well, let's not care about that for now. Let's just say there's going to be a method attack for performing that one single attack move that he has. And then there's obviously one for moving. And I should be able to just bear with me here. Okay, so that's the basic movement, right? So we need to be able to attack, so we have an attack method. We need to be able to move, which means move to the right and move to the left. And we have a Boolean argument here to indicate whether or not we want to go right or left. Then there's a begin jump method for starting the jump and an end jump method for when the button is released and the player starts falling. Epic music for epic games. Kind of. Let's give him a property. A Boolean property that says can jump. Oops. Okay, let's just start with that. I'm going to add a folder here. And I like to not name my namespaces similarly to classes, because that's going to be a problem with the code completion in a lot of times. So I'm just going to call this player mechanics, maybe, or because I want to call the class player, but if the namespace is also called player, then sometimes you have to, when you refer to the player class, you have to fully qualify the name so that it doesn't get confused. So let's maybe just call it players. There we go. So draw order, we don't know that yet. I'm just going to implement it as the auto property. Same for the update order. Enabled, same thing. And it's going to be true by default. Wait. Oh, whoopsie. I was implementing, I was inheriting from the wrong interface. I was just wondering where does this enable property come from? So, and we're going to need a class for controlling the player, because I like to keep those two behaviors separate, because I don't think the player should be aware of how it's controlled. It shouldn't be concerned about that, so it's just basic separation of concerns. I think just the player class should have an API in terms of methods for controlling it, and then how it is controlled exactly is up to the client of the class, which will be a player controller here. Or I could call it input controller or something. I don't know. There. Oh, and I think what I want to do is have a service locator pattern going on, because I think that's going to be helpful. And I will show you what I mean by that in a second. I mean, a lot of you probably already know what I'm talking about, but I'm not sure if all of you do. So basically I want to have, let's say, a game service for the UI, a game service for, I think the entity manager itself could be considered a game service, and stuff like that. And then you can just use the service locator to get the concrete implementation of the service and then use it wherever without creating direct dependencies. But let's see. You know what? I forgot a very basic thing. Sprites and sprite animations. I mean, we can just use textures and use them for rendering, but it's going to be really tedious to specify what specific part of the texture we want to actually render. And it's going to be really helpful to encapsulate that in an actual class. So I'm going to add a graphics namespace here and call it, and add a class and call it sprite. And it's not a C file, it's a CS file. And I'm kind of going back and forth here a little bit, but it's all going to fall into place just right. Trust me. Suddenly C development. Technically possible, but no. Just checking with you guys, is everything alright from the audio quality to the video quality to the volume of the music to the volume of my voice and stuff like that? Can you read everything that's on the screen? Just making sure. Okay, good. And I was just informed that a new Java version can be downloaded. Great, thank you. Wait, what's going on? Why doesn't it? Why does the autocomplete not work? Huh. I think it got confused because I added it as a C file. Maybe maybe let's just delete it and re-add it to project. Yeah, now it's working. I don't think it's going to need the game time, actually. Right. Yeah, really weird. I don't know what was going on there. Maybe when I add a file, it adds some metadata into the project file. And maybe that got mixed up a little bit because I added it originally as a C file. I don't know. Oh. Whoops. Ah. It's just me again. Okay. And I'm just one of those developers who always make sure that people don't pass nonsense. So I'm going to add a throw statement here and throw an argument null exception whenever someone passes null as the texture, because it doesn't make sense. We're going to need the texture. And I really hate that the sprite batch draw method has so many overloads, and I think some of them are just unnecessary and some might even be obsolete. Optional region on the texture. Okay. Well, actually, let's go here and add a property for that. There we go, and then use that here. And for now, I think we can just hard code the tint color to white. Because I'm not sure if we're ever going to actually need to tint the sprites a certain way. And I think that's it. And for the sprite animation, we have a couple of options here. We could just simply say that a sprite animation consists of a series of sprites. So just use the sprite class in the sprite animation here, which makes sense. But let's actually have a look. Let's take a look at the actual sprites here. And I think the way that the sprite sheets are structured, we can even simplify it even more. I don't know why I always have to open it twice. But here we go. Let me just open it. Hold on. There. I mean, we could just say, okay, we create an instance of sprite for this part, and then we create another instance of sprite for this part, and this part, and this part, and then we add all of those sprites to the sprite animation. Makes sense. But we could actually do it even simpler, I think, if we just tell the sprite animation that there's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sprites, and they all have the same width. And then we can just offset the rendering. So I'm not sure if we actually need to use multiple sprites. So we can do it either way. Hold on, I'll just be 1 minute, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, it's really hot in here, so I have a cup of ice cream next to me and it's starting to melt, so I was just cleaning up a mess here. The offset is much more performance friendly than having multiple sprites, so I think it's the way to go. Yeah, right. I was thinking the same thing. But let me just look at the other sprites. I mean, if it applies to all of the sprites, then we can do that definitely. But I think we're good. Oh, I need to remove the AFK thing there. So yeah, I think you're right, Jakub. And we should go with the offset. So, hold on. Maybe we could just say use another class, sprite definition. it might as well be a struct. Yeah, let's go with a struct. Okay, let's move this to a different file. So instead of actual sprites, I will just add these instances of sprite definition to the sprite animation. And then it will just loop through all of those definitions. Or maybe that's already, I mean, that kind of defeats the purpose. Yeah, no, that kind of defeats the purpose. Let's just make it even simpler and just go. Let's say row count. Let's say column count. There. I mean, technically we could have different implementations of the sprite animation class. One that uses sprite instances and one that uses this offset approach. But I don't think we're ever going to need the separate implementation, so let's just go with this. And if we run into problems with this approach, then we can always fall back on the other approach. Yeah, the only thing with this approach is that this basically assumes that all of the frames have the same duration. So basically we define a frame rate and then we just play the frames by that frame rate. But I do agree that it's much better for the performance to just go with the offset. So I guess it's not. I guess it's okay to have like a fixed frame rate for each animation, right? I mean, we can just say basically, okay, this animation plays at, I don't know, whatever frames per second, and then we have another animation, and the other animation might play at a different frame rate. I think that's fine. Let's just say Oh, let's use a double. So let's have a property here for the frame rate. And I guess I will set it to 60 by default. Fixed frame rate is also used in Godot, so it's probably fine. Yeah, I think it's probably going to be fine. I think I'm already overthinking it, so it will probably be fine. Let's create an enum here. Call it animation state. And that'll be stopped, paused, and playing. And I'll add a property of that type. And initialize it to stopped. And then here in the update method, I'm going to say if the state equals playing, then we're going to have to update the animation. Let me have another look here. Okay, that's fine. Also fine. If they all follow the same structure, then we're good. But I think they do. Yeah, I think we'll be fine. But now... actually, let's add another property here and call it sprite count. It's simply going to return the row count multiplied by the column count. There. And we can also calculate the total duration. By saying sprite count multiplied by FPS, right? Yes. No, that's not correct. Wait. That's the frames per second. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, but that's not right. Or is it? So Jakub suggested count multiplied by FPS multiplied by 60, but that's not right, is it? I think I have a knot in my brain right now. So let's say there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sprites. We have 60 frames per second. So we need to divide. We just need to divide this, right? We don't really need that, because if we just specify how many rows and columns there will be, wait, that's not gonna work. Oops, that's not gonna work, because that assumes, hold on, for example, I don't know if I have a good example here. It's actually always just one row. So what I was thinking is that it wouldn't be correct if we had, for example, let's say if we had a sprite sheet that looked like this, then we can't just multiply the rows by the columns because there are no sprites down here. So it would give us the incorrect sprite count. But all of the sprite sheets are actually just one row, so I don't actually need row count and column count. I can just say sprite count, and that's it. Oh wait, I think there's also sprite sheets for the items and stuff, but they also just use one row. These are tile sets, that's different. Those are not animations. Here we have like a spike trap. It also just uses one row. Those break animations also use just one row. So I think we're fine with just one row. Let's just say sprite. Then we can just use that. But I'm still unsure about the total duration. So we do know the frames per second and we know how many sprites there will be. So we know there will be 4 sprites and we know that will be 60 frames per second. Let's just assume it's probably going to be too fast, but let's say 60. So we know that if we set the yeah, right. If we set the FPS to 4, then it would mean that it takes 1 second to show all of these. 4 frames per second. So, and that means sorry, with time per sprite, I meant frames per sprite. So, wait, hold on. We have this shouldn't be taking this long, but okay. Sprite count. Okay, let's just go with an extreme example. Let's say the FPS is 1 frame per second. In that case, it sprite count multiplied by the FPS would be correct, but no, it's this should be correct. So let's say the FPS is 2 frames per second. Whoops. So we have 4 sprites and divide that by 2. So that will give us 2. Oh, it's not correct. It's the other way around, isn't it? Okay, let's say we have FPS of 2 frames per second. Yeah, what I mean, the frames are basically equal to sprites. So I may as well just say sprites per second. So let's say we have, whoops, frames per second is 2. We have 4 sprites, so that means 4 divided by 2 is 2. Huh. Right, it would be right, correct? I just got confused. Yeah, it's correct. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I got it right the first time. So, okay, that's good. So if it's playing, I guess we have to store the current offset. Yeah, it's funny how you can think of complex designs and stuff and really build complex systems that communicate with each other and stuff like that, really plan a sophisticated architecture and stuff, but when it comes to things like that, sometimes you just get confused and it takes you 10 minutes or so. But yeah, that's just life. Okay. Yeah, and that's also a factor. It's different when people view, yeah, correct. So when people are watching, it's like there's someone standing behind you and always observing everything you do, and yeah. That's a whole another situation. So, let's see. We need to store the current progress, I guess. let's call it playback progress. It's going to store the time in the timeline of the animation that we're currently at. So if it's playing, we will just increase the progress by the elapsed game time. Yeah, 60 FPS is way too fast. That's for sure. Maybe 60 for default value is not ideal. But it was just the default value anyway, so wouldn't even use it probably. So yeah, but yeah, that would be way too fast. And I guess we can calculate what sprite we should render if we just divide. Oh, right, hold on. We can just go oh no, yeah. Oh, hold on. FPS. On. No, it was correct. It was alright. But I guess we can actually just calculate the current offset, right? Yeah, let's just call it playback time. Because what I think of storing here is just the time that it has been playing. So if it has been playing for 1 second, then this will be 1 second. So I guess just dividing the playback time by the FPS should give us the current offset, right? I guess the floor is redundant. It should be right. So then we can just increase the playback time. And that's basically it. No, we need to also, if playback time is larger than total duration, we will set it back to 0. We probably don't need the game time. Draw the texture. But we do need a position. So the x-coordinate will be the current offset, right? The y-coordinate will always be 0, since it's just a flat strip of sprites. The width is the sprite width. The height is the sprite height. And we'll just assume that the that the tint color is always white. And let me just do it like this. There. And now we need to also be able to play the animation by just setting the state to playing. There. So let's just think about this. We can create an instance here of sprite animation, specify the number of sprites in this sprite sheet, specify the width and the height of each sprite. Right, stop should also reset. Right, thank you, Jakub. Forgot about that. Maybe we should add the texture here to the constructor. Obviously we have to. Okay, so we can create an instance, pass the texture, pass the number of sprites, the width and the height, and that should be fine. And then we can, well, first of all, it will be initialized with the state stopped, so it won't do anything. But then if we call the play method, it will be in state playing, so it will update the playback time according to the game time. And if the playback time reaches the total duration, it's going to set it back to playback to 0. Then in the draw method, we just get the current offset. Yeah, that should be correct. Okay, I guess we can test this. Let's go ahead and open the content pipeline tool here. Oh, no. Add new item. Wait, no. Why is there no? Oh, no. Sorry, I just have to... Hold on. First of all, let me put the sprite sheets. Here. Do we need all of them? Probably, right? We open up the pipeline tool again and say add existing. Then I will just add all of these here. Then build them. Looks good. Save. And here we are. There they are, the binary files. That should be good. So, I guess we can test this. Can we? I guess. First of all, let's rename this game 1 class here. And let's see, load content. We need to, just for testing purposes, add a field here for storing the texture. Then in the load content method, go hero. Yeah, what was it called? Let's go with idle armed. Main hero idle armed. Obviously, I need to specify the type. And there we go. And with this, we could now add a sprite animation, which I think I may not have made public. I did. So we need, obviously we need to add a reference to this other project, but that's fine. Pass the texture. Pass the sprite count, which in the idle animation I think was 4. That's actually it. 4. And then we also need to know the width and height. So height is 64, and I assume the width is also 64. Seems to be about right. So let's just hard code it here for testing purposes. And then go to update. Maybe we should also set the FPS. What would be a sensible value here? 10 frames per second, does that make sense? It's probably too slow. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. And I think I may have made a mistake here. Oops. This is what I meant to put there. What's wrong with it? Oh. Let's just try it like this, and it may be wrong, but it doesn't matter. Let's, I don't know, 50, 50. There we go, and also we need to call the play method there. And let's see. I may have made a mistake. Okay, it doesn't. Hold on, invalid operation. Draw was called. Oh, whoops. Yeah, stupid. So obviously all of the draw calls need to be between the begin and end methods. Okay, it does work, but something's wrong. It's moving the offset. Okay, it looks funny, but that's not what we wanted to do. I mean, that's a cool effect, but not really what I was going for here. Obviously, hold on. I think we do actually need to. Yeah, I know what's wrong here. Hold on. Oh, yeah. We need to multiply the offset by the sprite width, right? But still something's going on here. AFK for a while. Okay, no problem. So what's wrong here? I mean, hold on. It seems like the FPS is right, but it's just moving the offset wrong. Let's just let's go back into the class here. Yeah, let's just debug it. But I will just try something. So let's say 60 frames per second. Now it should be really fast, right? If it's not really fast now, then something is going extremely wrong. Yeah, it's faster than before, so that's correct. But something's still going on here. Let's just debug it. The offset doesn't reset. Yeah, I noticed that, but I wonder why that is, because we do actually reset the time. Let's go into the properties. So total duration, there's something wrong here. How can the total duration be 40 seconds? And that's what's wrong. That's why the time doesn't reset. I mean, obviously, first of all, here we need to multiply by the sprite width. That's for sure. And now let's see. The FPS is actually given in frames per second. So it doesn't really make sense to specify it like this. Yeah. Let's try that. It may be correct. But this is then percentage. This would give us the percentage. it's working. It's just barely noticeable because the... Or is it? No, it doesn't seem like it's moving. Or maybe it did move, but it didn't reset. Hold on. Something's not right. How do I screw up something this basic? Let's just debug it again. Bear with me. Sorry. Okay, let's... So that can't be right. Total duration 40. The total duration should be in seconds. And if the total duration is incorrect, then obviously the current offset is also incorrect. Oh, this should be multiplied, right? So I actually had it right the very first time, didn't I? Nope. But the total duration seems to be correct now. We have 10 frames per second. Yeah, that's correct. Current offset is 0. And I think it's always 0 for some reason. Which makes sense, because if this this gives us the percentage, right? So it's a value between 0 and 1, and if we cast it to an integer, it will always be 0. So this can't be right. No, it should be. It should be this. So this is the length of one frame, right? This is how long one frame should be visible. Yeah, now it's working. See, now it's 2, 3, 4, 0, 1, 2, and so on. Ah. Hold on. Yeah, got it. It's a little small, but... and that's a thing. Maybe we should think about scaling the sprites, actually. Programmatically, obviously. I don't know if this might be a little too small. So maybe upscaling them by 100%, so rendering them at 200% may be smart. But I guess for now it's good. So it's working now, and actually I think I had it right the first time. It was just... No, this was wrong. But Anyway, doesn't matter. So let's get past this. This is working now. So sprite animations are working. That's fine. So, okay, what next? We need to be able to control our player. That's what we were working on originally. So let's go ahead and give the player an animation. But it does have different animations in different states. So let's take a look at the sprite sheet, or at the multiple sprite sheets here. So we have this attack animation. We have an animation for throwing a throwing star. Then we have this animation that doesn't show up for some reason. So there's a couple animations. So let's see what would be a smart way to implement that. I guess we can just go into the player class and have different instances of the animations. Yeah, I guess that's okay. Let's go ahead and say maybe. Let's maybe go up here and say public enum player state. Say idle attacking, throwing, moving or running. Hurt. And jumping. Why not do a state machine that would handle all the animations quite well? You think like, yeah, I was thinking about that. You mean... no, not quite. I was going for a simpler approach right now. But I think you may be onto something. So basically, I guess what you mean is I would model each of the states as a different instance of like a state class, and then they all have like a sprite animation property, and then I can just pull the current animation from the current state. Hey RD, I was gonna sub, but you use VS Lite mode. I can actually tell you why that is. It's because I don't have very good eyesight. I have very poor eyesight, and it kind of strains my eyes to use dark mode. I know that a lot of people say quite the opposite thing and say that the light mode strains their eyes too much, but for me it's the opposite. I don't know why, but I just can't work with the dark mode over longer periods of time. So I'm using light mode. So when I use dark mode for too long, it just becomes blurry, kind of, a little bit. It's not too bad, it's not, but it strains my eyes a little, so I prefer using light mode. But yeah, I think Jakub, you're right. I should probably do that. It will probably be easier in the long run. So I guess what you mean is do something like, let's simply not have that be an enum, but instead have that be a class. And then say, oops. I don't even need that. Ah, no, that's a dumb idea. So instead of having an enum, we will have a player state class, I guess. And then have maybe or I could actually hold on. Already saying I started learning C# as my first programming language a week ago. Yeah, good choice. Usually what I recommend for beginners is to learn Java first, for historical reasons, I guess, and because Java doesn't have this amount of syntactic sugar that C# has. A lot of things are basically simplified, I guess, in C#, but actually I was thinking to keep the enum, but decide on the current state what class to call. Yeah. Hold on, let me think. No, I got it. Hold on. I got an idea. In the graphics namespace, we're going to add a class called sprite state machine. Or maybe rendering state machine. Okay, make it public. I think the state machine idea is actually quite a good one. Good point. So, hold on. I'm going to create, no, let's just put it up here. Just bear with me a second, I need to close the window, just hold on. Be right back. Okay, sorry, I had to go over to the other room and close the window because it was getting noisy out there. I should be back, right? Yeah, okay. So, let's see. What I'm planning on doing here is create an interface for everything that can be rendered, like sprites or sprite animation. Put it somewhere else. Have the sprite class implement that. It's fine. Sprite animation class as well. There. Then go to the state machine. Here. Prop. Renderable. There. Create a constructor. And I hate that it always puts it up there. I don't like that. I guess you can change that in the settings. Back again, yeah. Welcome back, Nightbird. We fixed the error with the sprite animation. We were calculating the offset wrong. No, you didn't miss much. So we're working on the player controller now. And actually, Jakub made quite a good suggestion here that we implement some sort of state machine for the different states that not just the player can be in, but also maybe the enemies, like attack state, jump state, move state, things like that. So I'm currently implementing a very simple state machine for the visual stuff. Or let's call it draw. There. And now I'm going to first move this into a different file. And then here I'm going to add a list. Actually, there. Oops. Due to technical reasons, I will watch the stream outside of YouTube. If there's something you know how to reach me. Okay, yeah, no problem. No worries. Oh, it's not an interface. There we go. There. So I can add states to the state machine and give them a name. And then I can use the getState method to retrieve the states by name. And I can add states to the state machine. There we go. So we have two overloads of remove state. One uses just the name and one uses the actual instance. We can add states here. I guess we should check if there are duplicate names, but let's just not worry about that. There we go. And then we could say oops. Oh no. Sorry. There. And we need to have a way to set the current state. So actually there. So now we can create an instance of state machine, of the rendering state machine, then add states with a name and something that is renderable, like a sprite or a sprite animation. And then from the outside of the class we can just say set the current state to, let's say, idle. Then the current state will be set to that predefined state, and whenever we call draw, it will just draw the renderable of the current state. And now in our player class we can say well, actually there. And in the constructor, we will have to pass the texture. Actually, there's multiple textures. I guess we can just pass them all. Let's see how many different. It's 12. Well, I don't want the constructor to have 12 arguments. That's obnoxious. Well, technically, we could just pass the content manager. But I don't know if I want to do that. I mean, technically, we can just say this, and then the game class, when it instantiates the player, can just pass the content manager, and then we can pull the textures from there. Because I think MonoGame is optimized to once an asset has been loaded, it is actually cached in the content manager. So when you call the load method a second time, it will not actually read it from the hard drive. It will actually read it from cache. But I don't know if that's a smart move. So we need to pass all of the textures to the player, and I don't know if having a 12 argument constructor is a good idea. We could have like a dictionary or some sort of hash map. Any suggestions? A dictionary would be faster for that state machine, but it probably doesn't matter. However, state switching will probably be pretty common, so it's up to consideration. Yeah, I guess you're right about that. Let's just see how it plays out. Just keep it like this for now. Yeah, I guess the first or default will always have to iterate over all of them. So I guess you're right. Well, hold on. If we make the name immutable, then there's no reason why we can't just use a dictionary. Now we need to remove the key value pair actually. Isn't there like a... Hold on. Why not just do it like this? But you're right, this dictionary will be faster, and we're going to switch states quite a lot, so yeah, makes sense. Good suggestion. Okay. So, go back here. Oh no, here. So, I don't know how I want to go about this. We need to pass all of the possible textures to the player. But yeah, obviously passing 12 textures to the constructor is a bit, I don't know, tedious. I guess I can pass the content manager since I think it is optimized to cache the textures. Pretty sure. But then, kind of, it would be the all of a sudden, it would be the responsibility of the player to know where the files are located. Oh no. I got an idea. Let the states decide what to load. I don't know. That kind of would make it the responsibility of the state itself to know where the files are. Doesn't seem like a thing that the state should be aware of. It should just pass a texture to it, like, there you go, it doesn't matter where it comes from. So my idea is here to have some constants in the player class for the different texture names, and then you just pass a dictionary where the keys are the texture names, and then this way you can just pass all of the different textures. So basically I want the game class itself to be responsible for looking up all the files. All of the other classes shouldn't have to worry about that. They're just pass the files and that's it. Or the instances. That's my train of thoughts here. But maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe it doesn't really matter. Let the game class create the states. Is also an option. But then we would always have to make sure that all of the different states are passed to the constructor. So basically that's just the same problem, but with a different data type. I think I'm just going to go with this. So what do we have here? Attack sword, attack toss. Oh. Right, that would... yeah. Why didn't I think of that? We could just... yeah, good idea. I mean, I think a struct doesn't make sense because a struct would be a value type and that would be copied field-wise every time we assign it. So a class, I think an immutable class, well no, not immutable, just a class. Let's say here, good idea. Oops. Attack sword, attack toss. We got those both covered. Hurt armed and hurt unarmed. Yeah, but the struct would only contain references, so it's not that big. That's correct, yeah. But yeah, I don't see it being a struct really, but it wouldn't put strain on the garbage collector. Good point. Good point. Where is it? Walk, walk unarmed, jump attack, toss, jump attack, sword. Oh my, couldn't they have somehow layered it? Jump attack, sword, jump attack, toss. Maybe hurt and hurt armed to keep the pattern. Oh, whoops. You're right. Yeah, this should be it. And maybe you're right about the struct. mean, it's... At the end of the day, it's probably not even going to matter. If the garbage collector just at one point just has to collect one more instance, it's probably not a big deal. But good suggestion, so let's actually make this a struct. And then here pass that way we don't even have to check for null. And now here we can say now we'll just use the name of the... Wait, no. Or I guess I could just do that. It's how many sprites? Walk, walk, walk here. 4. And it's probably going to be 64. It's really easy to nitpick when I'm not the one who's writing the code. Yeah, I guess. But yeah, this is just really it's probably not going to matter if it's a class or a struct. I mean, technically the struct should be, performance-wise, should be a little bit better, but it's not like it makes that much of a difference. Where was I? So I guess these are also 64 by 64, right? Probably. Yeah. And now we have to do that for all of the different... But I guess for now we don't need all of them right now, right? So let's go with walk, walk armed. Which will probably be identical in the setup. Was that all done in this live? Well, not the sprite sheets. They are purchased. We didn't create them ourselves. But yeah, and welcome Rodrigo. I don't know how long you've been watching, but welcome to the stream. So we need to be able to walk and idle. Let's just go with idle and walk for now. The others we can take care of later. Yeah, I meant coding. Okay. Oh yeah, the coding, we did all of that in this stream, yeah. There we go. So we have 4 different states. The current, the initial state will be idle, obviously. There we go. And then in the draw method, we'll just say render state machine draw. And obviously we need a position, and for that I'm just going to add a property. What's that? What kind of obnoxious song is that? It's actually not that bad. Probably put all of the timing and the count into that struct as it depends on the texture. You're not wrong. Right, and and this way I don't create. I was thinking for a second that no, that just creates another dependency, but it doesn't. We already depend on that struct. Right, that's actually quite clever. But it doesn't. But also, it doesn't really matter. Let's just keep it for now. And if it gets too crowded in here in this class, then we'll change that. What's this song? Well, the Pretzel app says that it's safe to use this on stream, so I'm just gonna trust that. Let's go ahead. Update doesn't need to do anything for now. Yeah, okay. So let's make it possible to actually move the player. So I'm going to add a field here to the player controller. Oops. Now, in the update method, I guess we can. Oh, let's go here. So let's create a private method process controls for checking for input. And we may need to think about this because do we want the controls to be static, or do we want the user to be able to change the control scheme? Probably the latter, I guess. So I gotta go, but I'll check the recording later. See ya. Yeah, thank you for stopping by, thank you for hanging out, and see you next time, Rodrigo. For now, just keep it static. Yeah, just to make some progress here, let's keep it static now, and then later we can... I agree. And later it would be a good idea to support gamepads. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Actually, I was planning on doing that now to check for both, but let's see. We need to keep track of the keyboard state. Whoops. There. And then we can check the keyboard state. So if, let's say, D is down, we'll say player. Oops. I think we haven't implemented the move method, yeah. I guess we need to define a speed value, how fast the player should move. For now, let's just keep that in a property, and we're going to probably change that later. Let's say in pixels per second, let's say 100 for now. And let me just... we can only... I guess we can always move. Or can we? We don't need to check here. It's fine. Oh, actually... basically, we would have to check here if the player is jumping. But since that's not a thing right now, let's just say... I guess you would also have to check if the player has a weapon currently. But let's just, since that's not a thing yet, let's just go without the weapon stuff. Yeah. So we'll set the state to walk. And then we'll say position. Okay. Thing is, we're going to have to implement collision detection. So just changing the position here will be need to change. I mean, I can do that now just to demonstrate that it's working, but later we will have to work with like rigid bodies and stuff. Actual physics simulation. Probably a good idea to move away from the state machine strings to enums. Yeah, the reason I use strings is that I'm more flexible in adding new ones without needing to enhance an existing enum. That's basically the only reason. Because the thing is, I want to use the state machine also for like enemies. So that's basically the only reason that I use strings. Right, I don't have the game time. Guess I need to pass it here. Actually, let's use a vector 2 here and say velocity. And here I'm just going to say velocity equals then here I'm going to say if velocity length is greater than what's it called? Is there no epsilon here? I don't know if it's error prone that way, Jakub. I mean, yeah, obviously if you pass a string that doesn't exist as a state, then it's going to fail. But if I keep using constants, then that shouldn't be a problem. Because if I use enum, if I use an enum here, then we would have to use an enum here as the dictionary key. And like I said, I want to reuse this rendering state machine for also for enemies and stuff, and they can't use the same enum values for their states. That doesn't make sense. So that's why I went with just strings. going to take a sip. Okay. Where was I? Yeah, if it wasn't for reusability reasons, then I would probably have used an enum as well. But yeah, it should just be one generic rendering state machine that can be reused by the enemies and stuff. So that should be okay. Okay. Let's go into the game class. Now we need to actually load all of these textures. Let's remove this. Where here? Ah. I guess we would always only have to swap out this part. So I guess we could technically automate that, but never mind. Oh. I messed up. There. Let me just check something. Yeah, I always pass the walk texture. There we go. Back to the controller. It's fine. And Okay, now we have all of the textures, so we can go ahead and say there. Let's create a field here. Type player. And this is all just for testing purposes. It's going to be removed anyway. Oh. And there we have it. In the update method, we now need to call the update method of the player controller. Here, for now, we will directly call the draw method of the player. Obviously, that's going to change later. And I always forget that this is actually a field. I probably forgot something. But let's just see. Content was not found. Main hero underscore. Oh. Still not found. Why? Oops. That was stupid. There we go. Ah. Okay, it's not doing anything. I missed something. Oh yeah, the speed, right? Hold on. No, it's initialized to 100. And why am I not multiplying by the direction? There. Let's just put a breakpoint here and see if this is actually called. Doesn't seem like it is. Because we're not calling the process control. Oh my. I think later on we may need this, so I'm going to add this here. There we go. And now it's called, that's fine. We're not updating the animation, by the way. Where are we? No, we aren't. So in the update method, we need to make sure that the let's go to the render state machine. I'm going to add an update method here. Well, I guess for that we need to add an update method to the renderable. I guess let's just do that. Oops. And then in the sprite, obviously the sprite doesn't actually need to be updated. So I don't really like this, but let's have an empty update method, unless you have a suggestion. Because the sprite animation, it does already have an update method. But in the rendering state machine, we can use any kind of thing, any kind of renderable. It may be a sprite, but it may also be a sprite animation. So I'm using an explicit implementation here, so that the update method is only visible if the compiler type of the reference to the sprite is actually iRenderable. So I guess that's fine. Let's see. Rendering state machine, and then here I'm just going to say oops. So I don't really like this, that the sprite method, sprite class now has an empty update method. But anyway. But this way now we can just say in the player class we can just say rendering state machine update in order to update the animation. And in case it's not actually an animation but just a static sprite, it just won't do anything. I don't think he's moving, is he? What's wrong? We're not calling the update method of the player. So now, since it's just for testing purposes, let's just add it here. Obviously later it's going to be handled by the entity manager. He's still not moving. Why? because we haven't called the play method of the animations. Yes, I do, because it needs to update the current playback time. Like, so in order to determine which is the current frame to render. I mean, maybe we should not abstract it here and not use this iRenderable, because now we can't really say. Now we have no way, without downcasting, we have no way to call the stop, start, and pause method of each animation. I mean, technically we can just downcast the renderable, but that's just bad practice. It might not be an animation. So I guess so the problem is we need to call the play method of the sprite animation, and we also need to be able to later on call stop and pause whenever we need to. So using this abstraction of iRenderable is not really ideal here. Will we ever have the case that there's that we use a single sprite for a state instead of an animation? I mean, if that's never going to be the case, then we can just directly use the sprite animation and we don't need this iRenderable interface. Hold on just a second, I'll be right back. Just 1 minute. Okay, I'm back. So I guess basically we will never have the case where we need a single sprite for a state instead of a sprite animation. And even if we do, we can simply use a sprite animation with a single sprite, right? So this is a self-made problem. So instead, just maybe let's say, I mean, unless you have a better suggestion. Ah, I'm just gonna rename the renderable. Animation. And now the sprite will no longer implement this. But the animation will, the sprite animation will. And now there. And there we go. So now back to the player class, and here we can now say why is there no play method? Oh. Just to be sure. There. So maybe we should go into the renderable rendering state class, and here also rename this animation. There. And now that it's playing, it should actually be visible. Yes, it is. And I should be able to move. Yep, but it's... Okay, first of all, if I release the key, obviously we need to set the speed back to 0. But it's not really playing the animation, and obviously the reason for that is also that we haven't called the play method. So let's go to the player. Move. And I guess when we move, we would always have to say... There. There you go. And perfect, it's working. Obviously now I'm doing the moonwalk when I walk in the other direction because we need to flip the sprite. But that's another thing. Let's go here and say bool is facing right. And it's going to be true by default. And now we need to flip the sprite. Hold on. Was facing right. And if that changed, and we need to flip the sprite. Now, how are we going to go about this? It's been a long time since I needed to do that. I think you can pass. Yes, correct. It could be. Well, not really, because I can also be facing right when I'm standing, and then I would have 0 velocity. So even when I stand next to a wall and press right, it should change the face direction, but the velocity would still be 0. Yeah, but yeah, for a second I thought, yeah, oh yeah, you're right, we can save ourselves a field here, or a property, but no, we actually need that. So flip the sprite, I guess. Oh yeah, I remember. Hold on. Let's create a method here in the iAnimation interface. Go into the animation. And implement that method. And there's the sprite effect, I think, we can pass here. So apparently we need to use, or obviously we need to use another overload here. There, flip horizontally. I think there's an overload where all of the arguments are have default values. So that way we could just say, hold on. Isn't there an overload? Well, the texture is not optional, obviously. But there should be an overload, yeah. Why is it closing? Just keeps closing. Ah, effects here. What did I call it? Draw rect. And apparently this overload is marked as obsolete. But I think it's still working, so let's just go with that. Obviously we don't always want to flip it. actually. There. So when we call the flip method, we check if it's already flipped. If yes, then we'll unflip it, and otherwise we'll set it to flip horizontally, and then here we can just say there. And now in the player method here, in the player class, sorry, I can say render state machine current state, animation, flip. So now I should no longer do the moonwalk. Missing method. But what happened? Well, so I guess it is obsolete. Yeah, I guess it's obsolete. Well, that sucks. Yeah, that's actually it. But there must be an overload where we can... this one. Oh. Let's try again. And I can walk. And I can walk in the other direction. Obviously, if I release the button, we should stop moving. So let's go into the player class and add a method. Let's call it halt. And if the current state is walk. Well, I guess for now we can just say and say render state machine, current state, set state. Obviously, we would have to check if the player is armed or if the player is jumping. Then we would have to switch to a different state. But for now, this should be fine. Obviously, I'm not calling the method. So let's go into the player controller here. If key down, else player halt. Let's call the play method here, and also yeah. Well, I guess nah, that's fine. Oh no. That would mean that we would hold on. So basically, if I don't do anything, we will repeatedly call the halt method, which is not very optimal performance-wise. Let's actually expose. Oh no, that doesn't make sense. Well, I guess we can here just say check if the velocity. I was about to do that, but that doesn't make sense. Or maybe it does. I was thinking about what if the player stands directly before or directly in front of a wall, and they actually try to walk into the wall. It really depends what we want to do there. If we still want the walk animation to play, even though the player is running against the wall or into the wall, because then the velocity would still be 0 because he's running into a wall, if you get what I mean. But yeah, I was about to do the same thing. That's what I said here. Let's actually expose the velocity to the outside like this, and then just say oh. Yeah, or I can check the previous keyboard state. That's another thing. Basically, I could just check if the button was released. Yes. But I'm not sure if that's a good idea, because what if the... let's say we press the button, the D button, the D key to walk to the right, and then we switch to a different tab or switch to a different application, and then get back into the game. Will it then pick up that? I guess actually it would be. I'm just thinking out loud here. Sorry. But yeah, obviously this is working, but... Oh, where is it? Why is he turning back around? Yes, correct. Ah, yeah, obviously, if the Y velocity... Yeah, obviously, that was my mistake. You're right. And actually, what I want to do here is create a utility class. Float is enough. Epizolon. Oops. There. Wait. Good catch there. I mean, obviously right now we wouldn't have caught this problem if it weren't for you. And later on we would have probably had a problem with that, so good catch. Oh, obviously now I have to use the absolute value here. I can't just say larger than, because it might be negative. Oops. Actually, I might even do something like this. And then I can just say right? But Y is our character. So now I'm pressing D and he's walking to the right. That's perfect. If I release, he does nothing. Why is he not halting now? Oh, if it's not roughly 0, right? Yeah, sorry. I keep messing up. It's late. It's late. We've been streaming for a while. Okay, so if I press D, he goes to the right. If I let go of the D key, he stops. But if I do that to the other side and release, he just turns around, and I wonder why that is. So if I release, you would call halt. Oh, yes, because we didn't flip the sprite of the idle animation. We only flipped the sprite of the walk animation. So maybe we should redesign this a little. Maybe it would be better if... Oh yeah, got an idea. We just use the rendering state. Oh no, that doesn't make sense. I was gonna say I'm going to just add a flip method to the rendering state, but we need to keep in mind that... Yes, exactly. That's exactly what Jakub, exactly. Yeah, pass the flip into the draw method. That's exactly what I was about to suggest. Yeah. I guess great minds think alike. As I was suggesting, I was about to suggest the same thing. So let's remove this here. Doesn't make any sense anymore. So now I don't care about this anymore. And here I can just say, in the draw method, I can just say, is facing right? If yes, pass sprite effects none. And if not, then pass sprite effects flip horizontally. And that should fix the problem. Oops. Oh yeah, we need to change that in the state machine as well. Ah. I messed up. Now. Now the problem should be fixed. Or maybe not. Because is facing right doesn't change. Because I forgot. Yep. Finally. This took way longer than it should have, but, well, whatever. Okay, I guess... I don't know what we should do next. I mean, I guess I can stream for another hour. And then we'll call it a night or a day. Whatever time it is where you're at. I think you can remove the is facing right property. How so? I mean, I need it here in the draw method to determine if the sprite should be flipped or not. And remember, we can't use the velocity as an indicator because I might not be able to move because of a wall or some object that blocks the way. So yeah, this is working. I guess we can implement the attack. So this should be fairly easy now, right? We can just say, go to the game class here. Did I forget the attack? I think I did. Yeah. Right, also a good idea would be to commit the code, right. Obviously, yeah. I should do that. But, yeah. No worries. I don't think my laptop is going to burst into flames within a few next few minutes, so it's going to be okay. But yeah, you're right. Attack. Sword. There we go. Let's have a look at the attack. It's not opening. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sprites, and I think the size is the same. I guess the size is the same for all of them. So I might even change this to... What did I say? 6, right? Yeah, 6. Okay. Who? Yeah. So I'm making this return a boolean because later on I know that we will have to make the difference between being able to attack and not being able to attack. So set the state to attack. Play the animation. For now, let's not worry about this too much. Just make it play the animation. That's fine. And I don't know what the key binding should be. It could be the mouse button, or it could be space. I guess space would be for jumping, right? So I guess the mouse button would be the best binding here, I guess. How do I check again if the button is pressed? It's just an enum, right? Oh. Pretty sure this is just an enum. Yeah, it's just an enum. Oh, okay. Got it. Probably forgot something again. Yeah, I can already tell. Oh. Okay, cool, but not quite right. What's wrong here? It looks like the animation is... it's something wrong with the animation. Probably it's the size of the sprite. It's probably not 64. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's... yeah, definitely. Let's see. You also probably need to change the origin of the sprite to the center. But let's not worry about that for now. Good question. Let's just see how wide it is. So it's 567 divided by 6. Well, technically we can just go. Yeah, I was just gonna go. Hold on. I was just gonna do this. But I guess it makes more sense to just... Okay, but we obviously never change out of the attack state, so he just keeps attacking. And this is here. You see, it kind of moves around a little when he changes state. And that's because the origin of the sprite is the upper left corner by default. And since the sprites are different in size, it'll cause the sprite to jitter around a little bit, so we'll have to change that. So here, what we can do is, hold on. From unarmed idle directly to... Yeah, correct. Currently I'm not really differentiating between unarmed and armed. Obviously we would need to check if we're actually armed. I don't think there's a state. I don't think there's an attack. Like an unarmed attack, like a melee, like a punch or something. Okay, first things first. First of all, we need to change this jittering stuff. So actually point. So we're going to add a property to the sprite animation and say sprite origin. And here we should be able to... Here. This is the origin. Was it actually a vector? Wait. Oh, yeah, it's a vector. Oh. There we go, and now we can just... And I guess we'll just make it center by default. I guess that makes sense. So just in the constructor, we will simply say sprite origin equals new vector, and then we go sprite width divided by 2, and sprite height divided by 2. And now it should stop with the jittering. Yeah, but obviously now it's rendered a little up higher on the screen because the center is now in the middle here. So we should change the testing position. Where is it? Where did I put that? Should be in the draw method. Oh. It's from the position pro. Oh, let's just see. Huh? Oh, we never actually said it. Okay, sorry. So... Okay. So that means, yeah, what I wanted to do next is obviously when we attack now, we stay in the attack position. Yeah, in the attacked state. But it should switch out of the attack state the moment that the animation finishes. So, let's go into the rendering state machine. Yeah, actually, let's go into the sprite animation. And I'm going to add an event here. Oh. Now do we need to pass arguments? Probably not. Well, let's just say turn off the music. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, right. No worries. I'll just turn it off. Unless someone else is insisting on keeping it running, but I don't think that's the case. We don't, for now, I don't really need arguments, but we might later, so I'm just going to create an empty class. So for this event handler here, I'm going to pass this type. And then whenever the hold on. There. So whenever the animation completes and we reset it, we raise an event. Oops. And now in the player class, we can subscribe to that event. Here. Tag. Now we need to remove this here and store it in a local variable. Like this. Pass it here, and then I can say tag anim animation completed. And then I can add an event handler method here. And I guess for now, since we can't jump yet and stuff, I will just say rendering state machine set state. Well, I guess it depends. I can't set it back to idle because we might be pressing down the D or A key, so we would have to switch back to running instead of, or walking instead of idle. But I guess it will just be 4 frames, so it won't be visible. So I guess it doesn't matter. Let's just test this. Yeah, so is there a walking attack animation? I don't think there is. So I guess the game assumes that whenever I attack, I stop walking. So I can't walk and attack at the same time, apparently. So here obviously he's actually standing still and not walking. And I don't think we have a sprite sheet where he's attacking and walking. So let's not make it possible to walk. Let's go into the player class and then simply add a property of type bool. Let's say can walk. And for now, this will just return if the current state is not equal to, whoops, attack. Oops. Then in the controller we could say if is key down, and player can walk. I guess this is redundant to have it to check for it twice. But anyway. Yeah, so now every time I hit the attack key, he actually stops walking. Which I figure might be a little bit annoying during gameplay. But I guess that's how the designers of the sprite sheet thought it should be. And actually now let's add a sound effect just to make it more alive. So I have quite a few sound effects. And let's go your voices. Fighter voices, that sounds great. Man fighter. Okay, that's already great. I don't know if you can hear that properly. That's awesome. That's my favorite so far. Whoa. Awesome. Okay, let's just pick 3 of them or 4. Then we will play them randomly whenever we attack. So, okay, this one is good. This is okay. I guess I can technically use all of them, but I guess too much variation is a little weird. Okay, so 1. We will use 1. We will use 2, I guess, maybe. Oh, that's a good one. That's also a good one. Well, I like that one. I guess, I don't know. Okay, that's over the top. Okay, let's use the first 10. And I'll copy that into my content folder. First, I will create a new folder inside the content folder called SFX. And what I will actually do is create a class. Hold on. Let's create a new namespace first. It's called audio. And then I'm going to create a class called soundpool. And this class will basically be, you can put multiple sound files into it, and then you can say play random, and it will just play one randomly, because we will need that a few times, I think. For jumping, there should be multiple sounds which will be played randomly, and then the enemies will have grunting sounds that will also be played randomly. So I think it makes sense to have this class. Well, I guess technically a sound pool is a collection of sound effects. So I'm going to implement the iCollection interface, and then we'll just say implement interface through sounds, and it will automatically create those methods here to implement the iCollection interface via the sounds field. But I will move these properties up here, there. And that's fine. And now I will add a method called play random. I'm going to add a field of type random, which I guess I can directly instantiate here as a field initialization, and then say, wow, didn't know that was possible, the quick implementation. Yeah, it's I learned that trick a few years ago. It's actually quite neat. I mean, it's not optimal because it does some weird stuff. It does some casts that are not really necessary, but it's a quick way to get started. Now, let's say Random. Next. Sounds count. Oh, no, that's correct. And then we'll say sounds random int play. I think there's an overload, yeah, for volume and stuff. Let's actually add that here. And I guess the pan may also be interesting sometimes. So basically that determines if it's only playing on the left speaker or only playing on the right speaker and stuff. Let's add a separate overload without those arguments. And since it's now implementing the iCollection interface, I think we can actually use the collection initialization syntax when we create an instance. Now let's see. I need all of these. Let's go into the game class here. Oh, what happened here? And now this method will probably be deleted later on. It's just for testing purposes. Now we will worry about how things are loaded and when exactly they're loaded and stuff. We will worry about that later. For now, it's just making sure that everything works. Actually, and now I can just go fighter, oh no, sfx slash fighter, whoops, fighter one attack underscore, then here pass the I variable, and that's it. Wait. Oh. Now we don't actually need to create the instance up here. Instead, well, I guess I don't even need to store it in the field. And the player needs to, where is it? Entities, player. Player needs to have an argument in the constructor. Sound pool. Call it attack sounds. Then I will add a field of type sound pool. Call it attack sound pool. And initialize it here. There we go. And now, whenever we attack, we'll say, first of all, yeah, attack sound pool, play random. There we go. And now, all I need to do is pass the sound pool to the player constructor here in the MonoGame class. Load player attack sounds. And if I've done everything correctly, then we should now hear the player make some grunting noises whenever he attacks. The content file was not found. Oh yeah, stupid. I copied it into the content folder, but I did not actually use the content pipeline to process it. So add existing item. Where is it? Oh, oops. There. Now again, content. Add existing, SFX, all of them, fire, rebuild. And there we go. Okay, we keep calling the attack method while the mouse button is being pressed. So that's why he goes absolutely bananas when I press the button here. So obviously that's not right. So first of all, here we can just simply say if the current state is attack, then we can simply return false. And this would already solve the problem. I think in the controller we should also adjust it a little bit. And we should check for the previous mouse state. Let's actually do that. Private mouse state, previous mouse state. Previous mouse state equals mouse state. And then here I can just say if left button state is pressed and previous mouse state left button state is I'm not sure if released means the moment it is released or just generally not pressed. Oh. Okay, it's working. Okay, something's wrong. Because now when I attack and then press here, if I just keep pressing the walk button or A or D and then click, it'll play the sound, but it'll immediately switch back to the walking animation. But can walk should return false. Oh, I know why. Or do I? Hold on. I think just a second. I think so when I'm just standing still it's working fine, but when I'm walking and attacking it's acting all weird. And that shouldn't be possible because when I attack I change into attack state, and then can walk will only return true if it's not in attack state. But I think what's happening here is that our attack animation keeps playing, and as soon as it's finished playing it will call the handler method here, that we used to subscribe to the event, and it'll set back the state to idle. No, that's not the problem. Why is that? I'm not sure what's happening. Is it because of the halt method? I'm not sure. I think what happens. So Jakub is asking if the state is getting overwritten somewhere. I don't think so, but I think in the halt method, no, not in the halt method, but when we attack, we stand still, right? But we don't set the velocity to 0. Yeah, that was it. Now it's working. The animation should be a little quicker, otherwise it's just going to be annoying that he stops for so long. So attack and then there. So default is 10, right? Let's make it 20. Yeah, that's way better. Much less annoying. Woha! I need to keep the woha in. I love it. Woha! He kind of looks like Ryu from Ninja Gaiden. Maybe a cooldown before the next attack. Yeah, maybe, possibly. And maybe the cooldown could scale with the level, so that when you level up, the cooldown gets less and less, so that you can attack quicker. I think that makes sense. And you could call it dexterity or something. Like you have a dexterity stat, and the dexterity stat determines how long the cooldown is. Right? Makes sense. So, I guess usually what I do, and I do that, I've done it in the past in a couple other projects, is I have actually a cooldown class with a delegate. I'll show you what I mean. And I guess I can put that in core. There, oops. Actually, typing float instead of float and typing pubic instead of public, those are my most common typos in programming. Don't ask me why I tend to type pubic instead of public. Jakub says, well, I'm way too tired for any more thinking, so I'm off to bed. See you on the next stream. Thank you so much for hanging out here. Thank you so much for tuning in and actually contributing a lot. Thank you. And yeah, have a good night and see you next stream. And I will actually conclude this stream in a couple of minutes. I'll just implement the cooldown now, and then we'll be done for now. So this is what I usually do for cooldowns. And I think I did it right. So I can create an instance of cooldown, specify a duration, which I need. Let's make it read-only. Specify a duration in the constructor, let's say 1 second. And then I have to update it every frame. And in this do method, I can pass a delegate, an action delegate. So basically an anonymous function, or it doesn't technically need to be anonymous. So pass a function here that is triggered or is called if the cooldown is ready, basically. If it's yeah, so if it's at let's say the duration is 1 second, then first the progress will be 0. So obviously we the is ready will return true. So the action delegate will be invoked. Otherwise, it will not be ready, obviously, and it will just return false without invoking the action. So yeah. I think I made a mistake. Hold on. Yeah, it should be the other way around. Hold on. The progress should start at the duration. Or should it? No, actually, no. Hold on. No, I guess it was okay. Let's go back into the player. Let's give it, it's just for testing purposes, let's give it a cooldown of 1 second. Oh yeah, I think I forgot something here. I think it's time for me to call it a night. I can't really think anymore, but I just want to finish this. Well, update. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay, so let's go to the player. Like I said, for testing purposes, let's just set the cooldown to 1 second. Later on, we will make it dependent on a stat value, dexterity or something. And now we can say here. We can say public. Well, actually, in the update method, we will just always update the attack cooldown. And then in the attack method here, we will say if the attack cooldown is not ready, then we'll just return false. I didn't actually use the do method here now, but it does have an important purpose. Yeah, I missed something. Yeah, because I didn't. Okay. Yeah, stupid. Instead, we can just say cooldown, do, all of that here in this anonymous method. And here, I guess we can just return. Yeah, now I can't directly attack again. I just need to wait a second, and then after that I can attack again. So I think this is actually a pretty cool approach with this cooldown class. I came up with this during one of my last projects. So basically here, instead of calling the logic directly, I basically wrap it in a lambda expression and pass it to this do method. And here in the do method, we will check if the cooldown is actually ready. So if the time has successfully passed. If it's not ready, we'll return false and do nothing. But if it is ready, we will invoke the action that is passed here. Okay. So yeah, we didn't achieve as much as I would have hoped for the stream, but still, we did quite a lot. And obviously, at the start of a project, you just have to, well, implement some of the basic functionality, the basic framework and stuff. So obviously, that's some overhead that you, well, that you need to account for. So I guess it's just normal. I guess if you use like an engine like Unity and stuff, you can get started much faster, but I don't want to use an engine for this. And also, this is just going to be a fun little project for us to work on. I will definitely keep this going. I don't know if I will do a stream tomorrow again. I would say probably yes, but I'm not sure yet. So don't take my word for it now. But I will announce it in time. So yeah, thanks everyone who stopped by and hung out. We will continue this in a different stream. Like I said, maybe tomorrow. We'll see. But thanks to everyone who took the time to tune in, suggest ideas, and stuff like that. Appreciate it. See you next time. Bye. Woha!